Hi, Antonio. Archstream Pokemon OC. I don't know about that one. We're probably gonna be doing more work on the purse today. So yeah, there's some things that I want to get taken care of and stuff with it. So I guess we'll see. How's your Sunday going, Antonio? Hopefully it's nice and relaxing. You're at work, so right now, you're at work right now, so very likely you can't use the Wi-Fi because they blocked Twitch. If I disappear, they found me. Oh, that's okay, Antonio, no worries. What am I up to? I'm continuing with the purse that I'm making. So, this is gonna be some leather crafting. And right now, what I'm trying to do is that I have this panel that's the top flap of the purse, but I want to add like an embellished border around the edge of it. So I'm going to be tracing out another piece like this into this leather, and then we're gonna cut out the border from it. Is it for you or a commission or anything? I think that's so cool that you do that. I literally don't know anyone else that does. This is just for me, not a commission. I had a bit of commission work over the holiday season, so this is the first project that's for me in a little bit. So I wanted to do something kind of fun, something different, something I haven't tried before. Hi Alex, how are you doing? But yeah, leathercraft, not a super common hobby, so I mean, I think it's really intimidating for a lot of people just because the material can kind of seem like kind of luxury, a little bit expensive, kind of bougie, right? So I think a lot of people get intimidated by that. But realistically, in my opinion, it's not that bad. Like, really, one of the major things is that leather is a lot more forgiving than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Okay. Yeah, but it's a lot more forgiving than I think a lot of people give it credit for. So, with that being said, it is kind of expensive in some ways. I mean, the material is not cheap. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun. Also, I kind of changed the setup, obviously, because I have like all this new overlay stuff, so if any of the audio or whatever sounds kind of weird, just let me know. Oh gosh, this guy, where do you sell Rachel on Etsy or anything? Bougie? I don't sell on Etsy or anything. I actually generally don't really do commissions all that much. They're mostly like friends and family kinds of commissions. So yeah, over the holiday season I had a couple people ask if I could make them some small stuff, like wallets, so that wasn't too bad. But I do have a website if you want to visit it. You can go to... Oop, wait, hold on. There you go. There's not a lot on it, but it's just there to say I have a website. Husband? Oh no, Alex and Antonio. What about Cass? Put those lips away. Not now. Yeah, Cretan forgiving quality shouldn't be cheap. Yeah. I mean, like, the one thing too is that I think that a lot of people feel intimidated in like the same way that people kind of get intimidated with like stone cutting, in the sense that like they feel like if you mess up, you really mess up. And while that can be true in some cases, I think that a lot of the craft is really, or even the creative process in general is really, I think, a lot more, I don't know what I'm trying to say and how I'm trying to describe it. Basically, I think failure is part of the creative process, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Ballpark, how much are these? And blah blah. Oh my god, talking is so hard. Ballpark, how much these things are? How much a wallet or a purse? Are you different colors or different styles or customs? I don't know. Generally speaking, pretty much everything I do is custom. That being said, like, I have a portfolio of stuff that I've done before that, thankfully for like my holiday commissions, they basically ask for stuff that I've done before, just in different like leather colors, some different thread types, things like that. But generally speaking, depending on the kind of wallet, it's anywhere from about 110 to maybe about 220, depending on like how custom you want it, the types of leather that you want, things like that. I haven't done a purse for sale necessarily. The only other purse that I've done for somebody else was actually for Kat. She has that blue purse that I made for her, but that was a present for her, so she didn't pay anything. But something like that, roughly in the ballpark of maybe $500 to $600. If you ever want to promo Rachel, feel free in my Discord to DM me. I don't want to overwhelm you or force you, but if you need some dough, maybe someone would. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even though you're like children with their parents' money, so I don't know, maybe around Christmas. Right, you need to fail to improve and find your own style, but even your older pieces are so amazing. Cat's bloopers is so eye-catching and beautiful. Yeah. I mean, sorry, I'm trying to catch up here. Yeah, I like the thing is, I don't generally want to take commissions, only because like this is a hobby for me. I don't want to be beholden to making something when I don't want to, making something that I don't want to at all. You know, I want to do it on my own pace, with my own motivation and on my own time. So generally speaking, yeah, it's really something that I'm not looking to do full-time commission or as like a second job or anything like that. It's just a hobby, and if I happen to want to make something for somebody on a commission, then that's usually how it goes. Yeah, but yeah, failure is a part of improvement. You just gotta find what works, what doesn't. I mean, I showed you guys last time, you know, like I showed you guys this, which is one of the first things I ever did that has like the really kind of ratty edges, and then eventually, you know, you kind of build into making something a little bit better. But yeah, just like taking your failures, learning what didn't work, and figuring out how to make it work. That's a lot of it. So basically, you better post more so you can see. Yeah. I mean, I'll absolutely post pictures when things are done. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't have to, just if you want. Oh, thank you, Antonio. I appreciate it. There we go. Just kidding, I lied. You have to. Sorry. Only if I really feel like it, but honestly, probably unlikely. I do want to save this letter, so we are going to make a straight cut. At least as much as possible here. So excited, I want to see that purse. I missed the last one. What have you got done and what do you still need to do? Hi Anna, how are you? Heading to a birthday party, waiting in a parking lot, picking up friends. Wanted to say hi. Oh, thanks for stopping in, Anna. I appreciate it. Yeah, so maybe to bring you up to speed, Antonio, to kind of show you where we're at. So let me get all this stuff out of the way. Hold on. So on the last stream, we kind of finished some of the design work that I wanted to do and cut out some of our basic panels. But we're basically doing something like this. So this is a design that I made of just a basic purse style bag, basic, you know, front on, back, and then profile, just to cut the general shape. Then I designed some patterns. So all of these are patterns that I made, and then we cut out, so put them on some construction paper to give them some rigidity, transfer the patterns onto leather, and then we cut these out. But you have stuff like this, you know, it's just a basic shape for the front panel with some measurements, so that if I needed to redo it, I know essentially how, you know, the general dimensions of it, markings for certain things that I need to mark. So this is where the snap that'll go for the top flap will go. But otherwise, I mean, you're about as far along as I think everyone else is at this point. The only other thing we did was that we cut out the panels, so I think you were here when I showed the top flap. So this is basically the top flap of the bag. It'll just fold over kind of like that. This is our front panel, so this top flap will basically fold over here, sit like that. And then our back panel. So our top flap will basically, this one. Our top flap will basically just sit on this panel, and then get stitched in. And then our gusset. So a gusset is basically it's the outside of a bag. It's like the kind of like depth dimension of a bag. And a gusset is specifically the piece that does like a wrap around a bag. So there's a couple different bag constructions. But this one in particular uses a gusset, which is just an outer shell that's a separate piece from the main front and back body pieces. This kind of clamshells together. But that's where we're at. So right now I am cutting out the accent piece for our front flap. So I wanted it to be like this border piece here that we'll stitch in. We'll double stitch in on either side. I hope everybody is having a nice and lazy Sunday though. Just wish it wasn't so darn humid. What are you guys up to? Are you guys doing anything fun or productive? We just finished cleaning what we wanted to today. It's still really tiresome. I take a nap. Yeah, that's totally okay. If you want to take a nap, take a nap. That's what Sunday's for. But I'm inspiring you to art. Yay. The cut sound, yeah. Super satisfying, right? you're still here, I'm at work. My phone is overheating. Oh no, Antonio, if your phone is overheating, you don't have to watch. Don't worry about it. Alex, you have some art to do, yeah? Now? Oh my god. He's being mean to me. Mr. Corivano, please don't talk to me. You have a troll in your chat. Oh no. I keep thinking at some point I should get a mod or something, but I'm too small potatoes for that. I think right now the only mod in my chat is Kantaka. So normally I can do like a straight cut in maybe 1-2 passes, but here I really want to go slowly, so I'm doing multiple passes and doing a scored cut. The reason for doing that is primarily because there's a slight curve to this edge here, and I'm trying to maintain that curve as much as possible. So I don't want to accidentally go like too far with a cut, because sometimes it can be kind of hard to see where you're cutting. Good idea, Rachel. I'm mod now. Rachel said. No. Look what she made her think. You see the curve? Yeah. So the reason why there's a curve is that when the bag is closed, essentially the shape of the bag narrows as it goes upwards. So I want that flap to be the narrowest part because it'll be the peak of the arch. So theoretically, that's where the curve should land, hopefully, if I measure things out right. But we'll see. Alex, what are you gonna art? What do you think I didn't see? Pokemon trainer of. Oh, she's thinking of having more mods because of us. Okay, let me see if my iPad is alive. Time for some Pokemon OCs. So, part of the reason why I chose this particular piece for the... oh, hey, Stream Elements! Oh, the little thingy worked. That's cool. I set that up last night and I completely forgot about it. Yeah, the reason why I chose this particular piece out of that hide, or out of that panel, was because I don't know if you can see this here, but there's some slight scuffs on this leather. So I wanted to make sure that this part that's gonna get cut out has like some of the scuffs so that I can use it for like a scrap piece later. Rachel, is this leather vegan? You're cancelled. Unfortunately, nope. This is full-on cow's hide. So if I'm gonna get cancelled for that, then I'm gonna get cancelled for that. Okay. Oh my god. How did you get it? So, a lot of so I have a couple of distributors that I work with here in the US. I primarily go through a distributor called Rocky Mountain. They're based in Colorado, and most of the leather that I bring in is imported from Italy. So they basically do the importing for me, and then I buy wholesale from them. Well, not wholesale, but I buy through their distribution service. Yeah, so we have 2 pieces of the leather right here, right? So the concept is that these are the exact same shape, exact same piece, but I'm going to put about a 3/4 border here and then cut that out. So that basically makes a strip that will border the edges of this. And to do that, we're going to use a tool called, it's just a wing divider, but it's basically just a giant compass. This is one of my larger ones. Yeah, sounds so woke and professional. Trust me, it is less impressive than you think. I basically just made an account with them. They have like an online front, so I just made an account with them, and I can just choose like what I want to order basically, and they ship it directly to me. So we're just gonna take our wing divider. We're gonna measure out about 3/4 here. And so what this is basically just has like just 2 sharp points here. You have one of them ride the edge of the leather, so it butts up against the edge, and then you can use the other sharp point to basically scratch a line into the leather so that you can mark where you're gonna cut. But this way I can keep a consistent width all the way across the piece. This is where it gets kind of funky, so because the corner will technically have a larger radius. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably use this. It's basically just an angled curve, so I can use it to punch out that corner. But yeah, so one of the unfortunate parts is, looks like I scuffed the leather a little bit, but that's the trial and error part of it, right? Like, the nature of the beast. This is something that I've never done before, so sometimes you mess up, and that's okay. And this particular hide too, because of the way that because of the type of tanning, it takes scratches really easily. So unfortunately that I don't think I can buff out. You're doing a lot better than I would. Oh, thank you, Antonio. I mean, part of it is just... At this point, part of it is just experience. I don't know. I think the thing with a lot of art that a lot of people have trouble with is just not being afraid to mess up. I mean, that being said, it's easy to get frustrated because I'm, you know, and everything is different too. Like, for me personally, like, I don't generally enjoy drawing. I'm not that great at it, and I don't like messing up, even though, like, I know that I'm nowhere near the level of getting something that I would be satisfied with. Like, I kind of have to logically accept that I will mess up, and I will make something at some point, until I get better, that I'm not going to be satisfied with. But for some reason, it's hard for me to get over that. But with Leathercraft, it's like, oh, I messed up, that's okay, whatever. Which is so totally backwards, but yet here we are. Also, I don't generally freehand my cuts, but this one is kind of a weird shape because of the curves, so I figured it might be easier if I just do a slow score and then do a hand cut instead of using a ruler. I ain't never seen you mess up, Leather Liar. Your pants are on fire. Oh, well, it's a shame I'm not wearing pants. Live with no pants. Okay, so okay, sorry, not like that. I'm wearing leggings today, so it's not pants. So this is our negative piece. This is, we don't need this. But we have our border that'll go on the outside of our flap here. Yeah, look at that. So it gives this nice kind of like frame here. Oh, this looks cool. So I think what I will do is let me mark out where this is gonna be. So what I have in this little bowl here are a bunch of like small little rectangular scraps. And the reason why I have that is because I use like binder clips to hold pieces in place while I kind of do some markings without a glue up. But I don't want to mar the surface of the leather, especially because leather like this can take scratches really easily. So I essentially just use a scrap piece of leather as like a sandwich, so that way I can make sure that I will not mar the surface. What are leggings if not pants? Well, I mean, they're leggings. Mar the surface? Yes, mar the surface. Like, what do you mean? So, like to mar the surface, that's basically just like scuffing it up and making it kind of messed up. Are leggings not just pants? I mean, I guess technically they are. I don't know. Your mileage may vary, your definitions may differ. We have to chat later. Remind me about leggings now. Leggings because now I need to know. Oh no, what have I done? Sorry, I didn't mean to make it that complicated. wonder we got birds, they chirping it up. Yeah, because I have my window open right now because it's kind of humid, so I want a little bit of a breeze. Yeah, it is early evening for us, so birds all chirping and going to sleep. Bird cam? I don't know if I can set that up. That might be a little difficult. But yeah, then we have a rough outline scratched into our piece. And the reason why we're going to do that is because now we're actually going to scratch the surface of this. So ultimately we're going to glue this down. And then that way we can punch the holes to stitch this in. I love birds. I thought they were yours. Owner of the birds. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have any birds. I have a cat. That's about it. Hope you get to see the cat. It would be really cool if you could. Unfortunately, she does not like this room, so if there is a sighting, it would be a whole event. So mostly you do like leather is the design. Wait, sorry. So mostly you do like leather is the design and you don't do anything else to top it, like draw or write? Oh yeah, no, I just do the design. I just make the patterns. I don't do any of like that like art on it or anything. I don't draw. I don't make designs necessarily. That's not really my bailiwick. I hope we get to see the cat. That would be really cool if you could. In advance, oh, Final Fantasy raid. Just wondering. I think it looks amazing. Oh, thank you. So with that, we're gonna do some glue up. Well, and then while that sets, then we can look at doing something else. So for all the glue up that I do, I use contact cement. I don't have extra fancy stuff necessarily. I just use this basic, like Craftsman or whatever it is, DAP Wildwood contact cement. It's good enough for me, although this bottle is very old. The glue is starting to solidify, so I think I need to replace it pretty soon. And part of the reason why I opened my window is so that I do not keep breathing the fumes of this. this is running out of glue in here. All my glue is getting old and solid. Oh my gosh. What a disaster. Yeah, I need to get new glue. So, it should not do this. It's starting to solidify already, so I need to replace this pot. I think because it's been cold, it's starting to set a little bit faster than I expected. Sorry, I know you guys are chatting, but I'll catch up in a second. This is a little bit of a time-sensitive operation. Mostly that I just don't want to let one side set before I apply. Oof, this glue is not good. Oh boy. Sorry, I'll catch up with you guys in just a second. Sorry about that. Let me catch up a little bit to chat. What was your favorite thing you made and what was the hardest? I think my favorite thing that I ever made was probably Cat's Bag. That one came out so good. Like, that one really came together super well. I like the color that it came out with. And I think the most difficult, I showed it out in the last stream, but I made like a laptop bag for myself. There's a lot of stuff that had or there are a lot of elements in that bag, so a lot of it was just the kind of work to get everything, make sure everything, you know, had all my bases covered. Yeah. Looking good so far. Oh, thanks. Alex, you're still awake? Yeah. I'm on my iPad. Also, I don't normally take naps. iPad, baby. Oops. I'm gathering my Pokemon team. Oh, yay! Is Alex on the first to see iPad? I'll be so scared to glue, but you're so brave. I mean, really, it's just having done it before. It can get kind of messy, but you know what? You just gotta do it sometimes. Rachel, can I lick it? No, you cannot lick it. Do not lick it. This is toxic. It is also very flammable. How do you get more glue? Is it just at the normal store or special? So this is just basic contact cement, so I can just go to the hardware store and I pick it up. I think in like normal construction, this kind of stuff is used to like glue wood together. It's not necessarily wood glue, but it's like it can glue wood together, it can glue all sorts of stuff together. The big thing with contact cement is that it sticks to itself the best, so that's why you apply it to both sides. And then as it dries, it contracts, so basically it'll like pull to whatever material it's on, and then you just sandwich it together and it should stick. You're so funny, Rachel. Why am I so funny? What did I do? Oh, that laptop bag, you love that? Yeah, the laptop bag came out so good. And if you want to see it, you can check my my VOD from last stream. I did like a whole show and tell with it. And yeah, multi-purpose glue. Yeah, that's basically it. But yeah, so right now, I have to wait a couple minutes for it to kind of harden a little bit. Basically, we're letting it set onto the material first, so that it grabs the material. And then I can put the pieces together so that it can get solidified together. And usually it takes a couple hours for contact cement to really cure, but by about an hour or so it should be stuck enough to handle and work with. But yeah. Happy to see you guys here though, I really appreciate it. Gonna have a nice and chill and relaxing Sunday. But for how cold it's been recently over here, today is kind of warm only because it's so humid. So I don't really know if it's gonna get any colder, but that would be nice. But while that's setting, everybody, it's a hydration break. Happy to be here too. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, of course. There's a party trick to today's stream that we'll see later, but we'll get there. Oh my god, I'm not that patient. Patience. I mean, honestly, Yeah, I'm not that patient either. I usually work with it a little bit quicker. Okay, so our glue is now tacky to the touch, so we should be able to start to get this going, but first I'm just gonna get a sheet of paper so that I can cover up part of this, so that I can avoid sticking all of it at once. The thing with contact cement is that once it gets this tacky, if it touches itself, it's gonna get real stuck, like really stuck. So it's a pain to have to redo it. So I'm just using my my 123 box to kind of butt up against the leather, so that way when I stick it down, I can make sure I'm flush with the edge. Let this drop. Oh! Okay. There you go. So now we have a border for our top panel. In retrospect, I forgot a step. So normally I would clean up these interior edges. I would sand them down, then I would burnish them so they weren't so rough. But I completely forgot about that, so oops. Such is the life. So instead, what we can do is I'm just gonna take, this is just 400 grit sandpaper, and I'm just gonna run it across the interior edge so that we can clean it up a little bit. Okay. So one of the other things with leathercraft is that edges are normally what's called beveled. So just, based on the definition, you kind of know what beveling is. It's like to give an angle, like a chamfer, to an edge. So this is an edge beveler. Basically just has a tiny little groove there, and that groove has a blade at the bottom, and this blade essentially will cut like a little chamfered edge into the corner of this leather, so that instead of a 90-degree angle, maybe it comes off at a 45-degree angle. So you get the little stringy thingies, basically. But that's the leather that I just cut off that chamfered edge. Yeah. Awesome. So that's part one of our top flap. The next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna mark a stitch line. So when I do stitching, essentially what I do is I mark a line across where I actually plan to stitch, and then from there I can use my stitching chisels to actually punch the holes so that I can feed the thread through it. I use a wing divider to essentially mark that line. So it just follows the edges, just like we did with cutting this piece out, this border out, but this is much narrower. And I generally use about 1/8 stitch line, so about an inch in from whatever edge it's going. So we're just gonna follow the edge. Also, if you see the flickering, sorry, that's these lamps that I have in my workbench are kind of weird. Sometimes they kind of flicker on and off. Great progress. Thanks. Oh, I see it, sorcery. Right. So now you can kind of see that there's this line that we've marked. So I can take my stitching chisels and I can follow that line as I punch down. So we can make sure we have a straight stitching line. A lot of people, when they see stuff that I do, one of the things I hear the most out of everything is that, oh my god, your stitching is so straight, I can't believe you hand stitch. And really there's not much magic to it. This is how it happens. I just mark a line and I follow a line. But this piece, we're gonna do a double stitch. There's no real reason for this other than just aesthetic. If I wanted it to be structural, I only need really one stitch line, but this is purely aesthetic. So there you go. So you can see there's a stitch line on either side because we're going to be doing a double stitch. Oh, hi Captain Taco, welcome in. Sorry I was doing dishes and chores. No worries, no worries. Right now we're just relaxing, finishing up this, which is the top panel, it's the top flap. We just cut out this border, and then we're going to stitch it. We just glued it in and now we're going to stitch it down. But we're gonna let the glue set a little bit before, before we do the stitching, so that way I don't gum up my stitching chisels. Pretty? Yeah, I know, right? Look at it, it looks so good. So basically, it's just gonna be a flap down like this. Yeah. So one of the other things with this is that this is gonna be attached, or I'm gonna set this flap so that it magnetizes, so it'll have a magnet flap on the inside, but we have to punch it into here so that it shows on the inside, but I don't want it to show on the outside, so we're also going to later on add a little piece here that's just going to be the logo. So if we refer back to the drawing here, so this, which is basically just a center thing, that's going to be my logo that I'll set into the leather once I get that that magnetic closure in. But while this sets, I'm going to try and do a technique that I don't actually do all that often and I'm not that great at. But in order to do that, I need to go grab something real quick. So I'll be right back, real quick. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do an operation called skiving. I kind of mentioned this in the last stream, but skiving is essentially an operation where I take the thickness of leather, so this has some body, right? It has some thickness in this direction, and I want to make the edges of my front and back panel a little bit thinner, and the reason for that is because these edges of the front and back panels are going to be folded inwards towards the bag, the inside of the bag, and it's going to get sewn into the gusset like that. So if you can imagine, like this is the gusset here, this is your panel, and it's going to get sewn like this, and then it's going to be rolled inwards. So because this has a little bit of body to it, what I plan to do is I plan to skive down the outside edges a little bit, that it's a little bit thinner and therefore more easy, or more easy, god, the pigeon's coming out because of the other night. But we're going to do that so that it's easier for it to fold in. This is already pretty pliable, so I don't think I'm going to take it down too much. But this is an operation that I don't normally do, and doing it by hand and getting it consistent by hand is a skill that I have not fully mastered. So I'm going to take this piece, which is just a scrap piece, and we're going to try and mess it around with this just to get the feel. It's getting a bit more complicated. I believe in you. Yeah, thank you. But to do that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something cool. But first, I know I said water, but we're gonna drink some water real quick. Yeah, but with that, why don't we go to the second camera? Wow, second camera. So, nice to see you all on this side. This is basically just to the left of my main workbench over here. But this is my tooling slab. So this is basically a 25-pound block of granite. It is solid stone, solid granite, and it's very, very flat. And basically the reason why you have a tooling slab is because it's super dense, so it absorbs shock really well. I have it on a towel so that it sound dampens. Because when I hit things, you know, like when I pound on things, then I don't want it to like be super duper noisy. So this tooling slab helps do some of that. But also, it's a completely planed and flat surface, so that when I do an operation, like what I'm planning to do here, which is our skiving, I have something to run off onto and can do it safely. But what we're gonna do first is we're gonna measure out a half-inch border. So I'm just gonna take my wing divider, measure out about a half-inch, and then I'm just gonna mark it into my leather here, just to get a line in. Okay, so now you can kind of see there's a border down here, and this is going to be essentially where we're going to skive from. But to do that, we're going to use a different kind of knife. So this is a flat knife. This is one that I picked up in Japan. But essentially the operation is that you're just going to like take this and you're going to run it through, and you're going to shave and slowly shave off at an angle down towards the tooling slab, so that we can get a nice and kind of angled edge. But again, this is not an operation that I'm terribly good at, so bear with me. This is going to be as much of a learning and experimenting process as I think it can be. But essentially all you're doing is you're just taking shaves. You're just shaving off the leather. The hard part about this skill is primarily just making sure that you have a consistent angle and consistent pressure, which I'm not very good at, as you can tell. This is not a skill I'm terribly good at. So, theoretically, You can kind of see here how this edge now tapers down a little bit. But again, I'm not very good at this, so I don't know if I want to do it. So we just cleaned up that edge, but you can see here, this is a part where I went too deep as I did the cut. So you got this kind of like scraggly edge here. Not ideal. And you can also see how, I don't know if you can tell, might be kind of hard to see, but the edge is not a consistent thickness along the interior here. Which, I mean, I'm not very good at this technique, so kind of to be expected. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should do this. I might just have to struggle bus and fold it in manually. But before I do that, I'm gonna try it one more time with my other skiving knife, just to see if there's like a difference in feel for it. Follow my instincts. Well, we're gonna try. So this is a different, it's the same kind of tool with the skiving knife, but this one has a little butt here. And in particular, the reason why I like this one is that because I'm left-handed, it gives me something to hold on to. But it's actually meant to be held in the right hand. So it's meant to be like this. But I don't know. We'll just try it. I don't think I have also sharpened this recently, so we might be running into that too. Oof, yeah, this hasn't been sharpened in a while, so I can feel it. Also, one of the things about doing skiving is that at the end you're kind of left with these little scraggly bits at the end. What I do is I can just take my skiving knife afterwards and I can just cut it off. So it went a little bit better, but still not quite. I still don't quite have the control that I think I need for this kind of operation. Which is a shame because this is one of those skills that I really want to master, but it's so hard to get the feel. You kind of just have to keep doing it and mess up until you get it right. Gotta do it 3 times a day. Honestly, yeah. You gotta do it a whole bunch, I think, eventually. And then eventually maybe you'll get it. But yeah, it's one of those legacy techniques, right? So you really end up having to do it by hand and kind of by feel. Like there's no real way to teach it. There's no real way to learn it. Because ultimately the way you hold it can be taught. Like the way you hold the knife can be taught. You know, like what you look for can be shown. But at the end of the day, it is like entirely by feel. So very hard to teach and learn. Yeah, so I think for this project we'll probably just stick to keeping it at full width and then just struggling the turns and the curves, because it's essentially just meant to make this kind of operation a little bit easier so that it has like a body, something like that, right? You can kind of see that it's curved a little bit. JK. No, I mean, if I really wanted to learn, I should actually do it multiple times just to try it. And I have a whole box of scraps that I can test it on too. But the other hard thing with it is that every leather feels different. Every leather will respond differently to the knife. Every leather has like a different resistance, a different pliability to it. So getting that feel is going to be different for even every leather that you work with, which is so hard. But with that, what we can do instead is we can punch our stitch line here. So if you want some donks, we're gonna get some donks today. So because this is kind of a more luxury bag, I am gonna use the nicer French chisels, just to make it have like a more narrow stitch line, much closer together stitches. Mostly because it's gonna feel a lot more luxury like that than if I were to do like a wider space diamond style chisel. But for this, we're using my handy dandy 2-pound maul. So what I'm gonna do first with the stitch line is, let me kind of get this out of the way first here. So each one of these chisels has teeth to it, and you can kind of tell that they're angled in a certain way. I'm going to use one of the teeth to kind of butt up against the edge of my leather here. And the reason why is that I can make sure that I have a consistent starting place for both this and this, so that the stitches line up on both sides. And we're not going to go all the way down. First, we're just going to mark out where the stitches are. So we're just going to take our chisel and press down into it. And then to make sure to get it like kind of straight, all you have to do is line up the last tooth for your next stitch and line it up with the original the last tine of the previous stitch. So basically taking it in, like, if you were to do this, then you just overlap with the next one. Yeah. If that makes sense. The only unfortunate part about the French style chisels is that when it goes around curves, it gets a little weird. But to do curves, so these are obviously very straight. To do curves, I use a 2-tooth chisel, so that I can mark basically where the previous stitch was and then where the next stitch will go, and keep it in like the general the distance for the stitching. The fan favorite mallet, yeah. We're bringing out the big guns. So the reason why I'm switching to the 4-tooth here is because around this curve, I want to make sure that I keep that curve in the stitch line. So I want to make sure that I get the angle, and I don't want to like essentially do a straight line here when it's supposed to be curved. So we're just cutting down the amount of teeth so that we can follow that. So we have our stitch marked out here. I don't know, it might be hard to see, like this kind of right here. You can kind of see there that we have our markings for stitches. So later on, once we get all these marked out, we can go back and then I can just hammer these in, so that way we don't even have to worry about making sure we're lined up all that much. You see it? Beautiful? Yeah! So this whole step is, you know, a lot of prep work goes a long way. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to make our future lives a little bit easier. So there we go. We have our stitch lines marked in. So now the fun part. If this is too loud, please let me know, because this might get kind of loud, because the mic is like right here. So all we're doing is we're taking our stitching chisel, making sure we're straight up, and we just gotta hit it. So essentially what we're trying to do is make sure that our tines go all the way through to the bottom, so that way when we put a needle through it, we make sure that we can get through. I do see the mic peaking, so please let me know if it's too loud. The volume is good, I'm not near people anyway. Oh, good, good, okay. It's so therapeutic though. It is, it really is. It's very cathartic. So now that we've marked out with our 2-tooth comb around the curves to know exactly where our stitches should land, I can go in with a 1-tooth to actually do the stitch so that I can make sure I get the angle right. I want to go into a rage thing and smash things for no reason. Yeah, the reason why I like a 2-pound mallet is particularly because I can let this do most of the work, so I'm not like forcing it myself. I can just let the weight of this fall down. Because when you're trying to pound out like several hundred stitches, it gets very tiring. Yeah, it has the weight needed with little force, exactly. You know, like when you have to use, like, you know, in construction with a regular hammer, right? Hammer and nails, you let the hammer do a lot of the work for you. Same idea. so you can kind of see. We have a full stitch line all the way around. You're literally the grass in Final Fantasy 14. Can I make that joke a lot? Yeah, I mean, like, she has the weaver, I'm the leathercraft, and then we just gotta find like a bunch of other people, and then we can basically make our own crafters guild in 14 in real life. In real life, yeah. Oh, also, you want to see my shirt, Alex? Look, it's Fujiyama, Texas. Look, it's Fujiyama, Texas. Yeah, Fujiyama, Texas shirt. Represent, yeah. Gotta represent the best place. Wanna eat together again? Yeah, we should definitely plan something. I would love to. If you guys have any ideas for places we should go to, then I'd be all ears. Whew. Yeah, so there you go. We have all of our stitches all poked out. So when we're doing the sewing, we just have to follow the line, and then we're golden. Oh, and if you were curious too, this is a 4mm stitching width, so that means every stitch is about 4mm away from the previous one. Yeah. It's looking so beautiful. I hope this turns out well. I mean, the most difficult stitch we're gonna do, or the most difficult like measurement we're gonna make, is making sure that the gusset and then the front and back panels line up. Because, like I mentioned before, the curve that comes around here has a... I didn't calculate the exact distance of that, and it gets messed up too when it like folds inwards, you know, so it's gonna get all messy. One of the other things that I wanted to do was possibly put in another piece here in the center to give this some rigidity. So I might actually do that. Like I might just take one of this piece like as a scrap to maybe put in just to add some extra rigidity or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. So one of the things is that I marked out the center lines here. So the way I plan to approach the stitching with the gusset is that I have the center points marked. So this is where essentially they should match up. And my plan is to punch the front and back panels out, and then using this as like my central hole, essentially count how many stitches I mark out for the exterior. And then that way when I punch this, I can know exactly how much holes that I want to punch out. The big problem with that is that because this is getting rolled inwards, this length might be a little bit too long for the eventual like interior radius that this front panel will have. Gosh, how do I want to do this? And do I want to add a panel here for rigidity? Also, do I want to add feet to this? Because I kind of do actually want to add feet, but I don't know, I feel like that might be a little bit extra. So while we're thinking about that, maybe what I'll do is I will make the little strap holders, because those should be pretty straightforward. So I'm gonna reuse this. We're just gonna, because this is like a pretty, it's still a usable piece, so I'm just gonna mark it out here. doing it, we're doing it. We got him. Thank you, thank you. I should add feet. Okay, we'll mark out locations for some bag feet. Yeah, and then we can put those into... Oh no, I messed up. I moved the piece. It's okay, we got it. Sorry, this mod was not paying attention. That's okay, no worries. That's a crazy amount of contacts. Wait, what? Oh, for the feet thing. Oh my god. Okay. To be clear for the VOD, we're talking about adding bag feet to the bottom of the bag and nothing else. So, let's see then. If we're gonna add some feet, bag feet. We don't want it to be too out to the edges because then the center will sag a little bit. But we want it to be at a fairly symmetrical place. So I'm thinking that we'll probably have them maybe about an inch inwards. And then about maybe an inch and a quarter in from the approximate side. So I'm just gonna mark it in pencil first to see how I like that. So the feet would sit about there. So when it sits like that, it would be about here. I guess that's not too bad. Feels kind of like scrunched up though a little bit. Maybe I should move them out. Oh. Actually, real quick, I have some context for this. So I'll be right back. I can grab a prop. Okay, so this is another bag that I made. This was like a really early bag that I made just for the sake of trying to like get a box shape bag. It's seen some better days, but it's got some kind of cool little belt strap style handles here. This is fully hand stitched, which took me forever. But this bag does have feet at the bottom. So this is probably what we'll be kind of replicating here. Something like this. so elegant. Yeah, I mean, the big problem with this bag is that the front and back panels are really thin leather. This is only like 1 ounce, so like about 1.5 mil. So it's very, very thin, so it doesn't hold its shape well. That tap, yeah, I know, right? When you put it down, you hear that? Oh, satisfying, right? Yeah, I guess that is probably okay. Wait, I can get my... where is it? So we can get the actual feet, so we can put it down and then we can find out if that looks good, that placement. That's about where it sit. I feel like I should actually move them out a little bit because these edges are gonna curl up. So I can do it like that, or I can move them out a little bit further. Do I like them more squished inwards, or do I like them a little bit wider? Because the problem with them being a little bit wider is that if the curve of the leather comes up too early from the bottom of the bag, then these feet are basically gonna bow out like this. So you want to have it on the part that should be theoretically as flat as possible. The other thing too is if I add feet, then I'll basically have to add an interior liner to the whole piece. You know what? Let's try the original placement that I had, because then we can keep it kind of inwards, and that way we can avoid the feet bowing out because of the curve. But it should give support for the center still, so that way, yeah, it's not gonna like bottom out at the center. I gotta remember how to set this up. I think this is... yeah, okay. Then yeah. Oops. Sorry. Oh my god, sorry. You guys probably had that earthquake. case, then okay, that means we'll probably be lining this interior, and I think I'm gonna do it in like a nice suede. So I do have some suede. So I actually picked these up. This is something called a micro suede, which is very, very, very thin. This is about 0.5 millimeters. But it's kind of got that sort of suede texture, right? So it's nice and soft, very, very, very pliable. So I can use this to kind of hide the anchors, the rivets for the feet. But I don't know, do you think black, or should I do like the cream here? Because this is our leather color. So what do you guys think? Should it be black interior, or should it be a cream interior? If you guys have an opinion, if not, then that's totally fine. Yeah, kind of hard to tell, and sorry, the lighting here might be a little bit warm, so keep that in mind. So this is the normal interior color. So it is a little bit darker. Thinking maybe black? Yeah, I was kind of thinking black, just like I can kind of keep the darkness of the interior too. The one thing about the cream is that it does kind of brighten up the interior, so if I have to dig through the bag, then at least it'll like bounce light a little bit better. But this also does mean that I'll have to line all of the interior pieces, which is fine. Which, now that I think about it, I realized that I should have gotten some spray adhesive so I could glue this on. Ooh, I don't know. This one's a tough one. Cass would say black. Because if you can imagine, the bag would be closed like this so that when you open it up, it should have some color in there to greet you. The other option is that I could just not line it at all and then just leave it completely open. Because this bag, if you look down to the bottom here, you can kind of see that the bottom actually does have the feet visible where the rivets are. And it's not like the worst thing in the world. These feet are actually flat rivet capped, so they're not like gonna catch anything. They're not like super intrusive or anything like that. For now, we'll say... Okay, I have to go to my mom's for a bit, lol. I'll be lurking. Yeah, no worries, cat. You guys have fun. Tell your mom hi for me. first things first, I will mark out the feet. Okay, at this point, I feel like I have to just bite the bullet and do the hard part. Oh boy, my phone died. Oh no, Antonio. Hopefully your phone is okay. What does she want to bite bullets? Yeah. So I think that I should start to mark out my stitches here. Cat knew I was coming, she dipped. Yeah, she had to go to her mom's for a little bit. How's the verse coming along? What did I miss? I don't know when you. I don't remember when you left, but what we did do is that we marked the stitch lines. We punched our stitching holes for the top flap here, so I can sew this in when I get a chance. Yeah. He left when I was looking at the glue. Oh boy, yeah. So we did glue this down and then, yeah, we got this all set in. Wow, I love it. It's such a fashionable bag. What are you gonna use it for? Oh, thanks, Antonio. I mean, it's just gonna be an everyday purse. Nothing like particularly special about it. You love it. You love that bag. We're not at a bag yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Lip gloss. I mean, it can fit a whole bunch of stuff. So, okay, let me take stock of where I'm at right now. This needs to attach here. This is kind of where I have to start big braining a little bit because... So this is our back panel flap. Eventually, at some point, these stitches that I've already punched will have to meet up with points of the gusset near the top. So I have to make sure those line up. However, I don't know how I'm going to do that. Such peaceful music, I couldn't hear it as much before, but now I'm home. Yeah! We've just got some like kind of chill little lo-fi music going on. You know, we're trying to get cozy and relax a little bit. Okay, so... Cozy streamer? I wish I was a cozy streamer. You have too much aggression. Some people enjoy the aggression though. I mean, like, fall asleep now? I mean, hey, if you want to take a nap, that's totally okay. I'm just here to do my thing while, you know, you guys can come hang out, you can relax, do whatever. I think what I should do first though is I need to finish this edge because this is where it's gonna meet a top flap, and this is gonna be the this is gonna be above it, so this will be visible from the exterior. So we want to make sure that that part's finished. So we're gonna start doing a process called edge beveling or edge finishing. Sorry, but essentially I have this raw cut. I'm just going to be sanding it down to kind of smooth it out. I'll be doing some beveling, so I'll chamfer this edge so that it's not as sharp. And then I'll do a slightly higher grit so that way we can smooth this out. And then we're going to do a technique called burnishing, which is going to seal the fibers in so that it's not just like a raw leather. And then basically it's going to seal it and then kind of gloss this up quite a bit. So you can kind of see right now it's a little bit it's a little bit ratty, kind of, you know, I don't know if you can really see that, but yeah, a little bit ratty, it's a little bit rough, so we're gonna clean that up. So we're just gonna start with a 240 grit. be right back. I'm gonna go grab a vacuum because I'm gonna vacuum some of this up. There's a lot of dust. So I'm gonna mute the microphone a little bit. So just give me 1 second. Oops. Okay. So next, we're gonna apply a product called burnishing gum. So this is Toco Pro. Basically what this is it's an acrylic based kind of like sealant. So we're gonna apply it to the edge, and what that's gonna do is it's gonna seal the fibers so that they're not like kind of sticking out, so they're not prone to tearing. And then it's gonna solidify this edge so that it's durable when it's being handled. And then once we apply it, we're gonna rub it down. And what we're trying to do is we're actually trying to create friction so that it heats this up a little bit. And the reason why we're going to create friction is because as we create that heat, the moisture that's there is going to kind of get brought to the top, and then it's going to help seal the fibers here. ASMR. I mean, that's the whole point of this stream. These art streams are a little bit more ASMR-y than my normal content. Is that a little hammer up there? This one right here. This is actually a roller. So this is basically if I have to like really flatten something, I just use that to apply pressure. She's secretly Nabata from Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh no! Hi Ursa, how are you doing? Yeah, not quite Nabata. Are these nice tools you posted the ones you splurged for? I mean, that one is pretty cheap. I think that I got that on Amazon for like maybe 10-15 bucks. You're boiling? Oh no, yeah, it must be. It's summer for you, right? So, gosh, how hot is it over there? Yeah, so we've burnished our edge. So to give some comparison, this is like the normal edge that you have on like a fresh cut. Right, so it's kind of ratty, it's kind of raw, but this is our finished edge here. You can see that it's a little bit darker, a little bit more glossy, it's smoother to the touch. I don't know if the camera can pick that up, but hopefully it can. £102 at the moment. Oh my god, that is too hot. So essentially with that, what we can do is we can attach the front flap to the back panel. So what I'll do here is I can line up with my markings. Make sure this is weighed down so we can mark our line. And what we're doing is we're marking the line so that we can rough up the material so that when we apply the glue, it can hold pretty well. Is all this progress just from today, or is it a continuation? This is a continuation from the last time I did an art stream. So I'm also roughly marking out where this is going to connect so that I know where to glue on the back side. And with that too, I'm also going to mark out our stitches. So we can go over to the other side. We can punch those stitches. Okay. So with that, we can kind of mock up where this will land. Now these are really cool, by the way. These basically are like little pins that I can hold stitches in without having to like actually stitch it in. So it's just a little brass knot that you just pull back, a little plunger, and releases a little pin. So I can use it to like poke through a piece. And go all the way through the stitch holes. So that way you can keep it attached. Good for me to like be able to mock up stuff like this. Period? What? Did I say something bad again? My brain don't work like that. Doesn't work on like mocking stuff up, or period, Rachel, period. I don't know what we're talking about, I'm sorry. Be our back panel here. Okay, perfect. So it looks like it lines up well, which is good. So we can probably glue this in and let it set. Ah. Period, full stop. Like period, Rachel, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry I missed it. I don't know what's happening. This one's stuck. Okay, perfect. So now we can mark out. Ooh, wait, where is it? There it is. Okay. So now we can mark out where this should come up. So in theory, this is where our gusset should start from the flap, and then should loop around to the other side. Whew, okay. Okay, well, nothing to... Nope. I guess at this point there's nothing to it but to do it. Oh boy, okay. This is always a step that I dread because I don't actually know if this is gonna line up, and we could be putting all of this work in for a piece that just ultimately isn't gonna work. Make it, it'll fit, I'm sure. I sure hope so. I mean, you know, knock on wood. It's gone pretty well in the past, so I don't think we'll have to worry too much. In the worst case scenario, I can maybe force it, but I'd hope it doesn't get to that point. So just like last time, I'm marking our stitch line around the side, but the important part here is that I am making sure that I have a center point marked. So the way we're going to do this is that in order to make sure the amount of stitch holes is even around this side as it will be on the edge that connects to it, we're going to count how many stitches there are from that center point out to the top. And so we're basically going to make it so that this center point here matches up and is aligned to a certain center point on the gusset. And so that we all know on this side, this edge right here, this stitch line will have like X amount of, like, let's say like it's going to be about 100 stitch holes here. I want to make sure that from this center point all the way to the edge, there's going to be 100 stitch holes here as well. So one of the other things that I want to do is I'm going to roughly mark where the corner starts here, because it's going to have slightly wider stitching. Because what I want to do is I'm going to actually turn this so that I can find out exactly where it's going to land. Roughly, well, not exactly, roughly where it's going to land. So you can see a little bit here that there's some gap at the top. And I'm hoping that this is basically going to be the extra play that we need to get this working. So then there's that, goes around like that. Yeah. Oh, I sure hope this works. Also very important to keep your workplace clean, put your tools back when you're not using them. But for this one, I'm actually going to use diamond chisels. So the reason why I'm not going to use the the fancier ones is mostly because this is going to be a much rougher approximation, so I want the extra play that this will give me. This is still 4mm, so I'm debating whether or not I want to go with a 4 or 5mm stitch around the edge. The narrower the stitch, technically the more interwoven it is. So what that means is that in theory, it gives more string. At least it does in my head. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it feels like it does. And because this is a purse, it's gonna like be opened up and it's gonna be like moved around a whole bunch. I really want it to be something that's gonna be durable, so I'm gonna still stick with the 4, but because they're diamond chisels, I can kind of play with the alignment a little bit more. But we're gonna basically do the exact same thing. We're gonna start with the center being one hole. Actually, I'm just gonna punch that real quick so that I know. So we're going to start with that as our center hole, and then we're going to go out from there. Then, you know what, I just thought, oh, I should use the French chisels because this back piece uses the French chisels. These are going to be punched through to the gussets, so I probably should stick with the same hole type. Not that there's like really an issue necessarily, like I can make it work because this is the same stitch width as these chisels, but it's mostly just for me. The fancy stuff. Shucks. But I will mark the center hole with the diamond just so we know. Also, I'm super sorry. I'm gonna have to lock in for a sec because I gotta count these stitches and I need to make sure I mark them before I forget. if you wanted to make a pink bag, how do you do it? And do you dye that stuff yourself, or how did you make the blue one? Oh, okay, yeah. So I don't actually do any like dyeing or anything, at least not yet. Well, technically my everyday purse, that was hand dyed, but I don't regularly dye stuff at all. So if I wanted to find if I wanted to make a pink bag, I'd have to find leather that was already dyed by a tannery in pink, which is pretty rare, honestly. The one that I made for Cat, I actually sourced that leather from a specific tannery that already came in that color, and it just happened to be like the perfect like champagne blue color. So it was like literally perfect. It was so good. I'm here, I'm just lurking. Oh, hi Cass, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. But yeah, no worries. Feel free to lurk and hang out. I keep losing count. Hi Rachel, I'm doing alright, but got good soup. What kind of soup did you get? Oh, that sounds so good. Just made salmon at home, not instant, cooked over the stove. Ooh, so bougie, the fancy kind. Okay, sorry, I had to lock in because I have to count stitches here. Let's see here. Oh boy. I love that. I hope you make a beautiful pink bag soon. I could. Pink leather is actually really hard to find. It's not a common color in general, and when I do my design work, I tend to lean on the more natural browns, like much more earthy, kind of like, you know, rustic style. Because part of my brand philosophy is that it's like essentially the idea and concept behind my brand is that it's stuff that like an adventurer would take with them and would keep with them for like their whole adventure. It would see them through all the craziness, all their travels, and it would be with them from the minute they start to the time that they end. So a lot of my designs are much more rustic in that sense. Not quite like the like the pinks and stuff, although Cats was quite an exception, particularly because it was themed specifically for her. And the color scheme was picked specifically because it was Zelda's color scheme. Oh, hi Frost, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night. Rachel, don't look now, okay? Uh-oh. Pink bag is a great idea. Yeah, I mean, objectively, it could be something cute. Maybe something I'll look into the future, but for now, not really my design, not really in my like design portfolio, so we'll see. Hi Frost, yeah. Another one? Be careful, Rachel. Hello, Cass, Antonio, and Rachel. Oh. Thank you, Frost. Yeah, hope you're having a good night. Okay, so we're gonna do that one. So theoretically, if our measurements work out, when I measure this out to the top here, it should equal 60 stitches, and that means we know we're kind of like on the same track. So I hope so. God. Okay, sorry, I need to lock in real quick because I need to count these stitches and I'm losing count. Shucks. Okay. this is why we count, because so theoretically these should have the same amount of stitches all the way up. And this edge here from the front panel, this was 60 stitches. But when I measure from here on the back panel up into our flap, this is actually 59 stitches to the same spot. What happens now? Restart the whole thing? No, we're not restarting the whole thing. The reason why we do that is because we can adjust the gusset so that we punch more or less holes on one side than the other to accommodate for the mismatch. Have I ever hurt myself doing this though? Not terribly. I mean, like the most that I've had is like I've cut myself when I've been cutting leather. I stabbed myself with a stitching needle, but that's about it. Like nothing crazy or anything like that. Interesting that it's not lining up though. I wonder where it goes wrong. Phew, yeah, yeah, phew. But yeah, that's like kind of the nature of it. Ideally, it would be exactly the same. I'm not really sure why, because from what I can tell, it looks like I've matched up pretty well in general. I have a suspicion that the stitches that I did for the outside are a little bit different. Unless I'm just crazy and I'm miscounting. But it's probably because this top flap probably has a slightly different measurement. Because the other thing too is that because this stitch goes all the way to the top, in the worst case scenario, I can stitch an extra stitch up here, and then it'll be perfectly fine. I think I know where it's going kind of wrong here. keep losing count. Nope, it's 59. Well, oh well. That's fine. We can do the other side. Oh, but this side works fine. This goes up to 60. So I don't know what happened. That means all 4 of our gusset sides have to have 60 stitches except 1. I still don't know why this one's so weird. Whew. Yeah, why is it so weird? Because that is the center line, right? Yeah, that's our center line. Huh. That's so odd. Well, we're gonna punch it and then see what happens. So we can go to the other side now. Actually, we're gonna do this one first, just so that we can kind of get a good idea. Okay. And then once we punch these out, I'm gonna take a quick break. Just stretch, get water, and then we'll be back. Get ready for some donks, and also, again, let me know if this is too loud and I can adjust the volume. Donking, yeah, we're donking. Everybody get your donks out. Oh my god, wait, what? Wait, I think I'm stupid. I think this counts out to 60 now. Oh my god, I'm stupid as heck. Was I just miscounting this whole time? I like quadruple checked it. What? Oh my god, okay, whatever. It goes out to 60, that's fine. That works out for me. And just to make sure I'm not crazy, I'm gonna recount this. Oh, it comes out. Wow, it worked. It's like I measured. Oh my god, okay, I thought I was going crazy. Yippee, it worked out, yeah, woohoo! Thank you for the support, Cass and Frost. And also shout out to Antonio for just watching me count stitches for like 10 minutes. Yay, it worked out. Woo. Okay. Perfect. What percentage of the way would you say you're to having a purse? I'd say like a solid, maybe like 30 to 40%. The bulk of the labor is actually taken up at the end when I have to stitch everything. That is an hours long process because I hand stitch everything, so it is just me sitting there hand stitching for a couple hours. Thought it was almost done. Not quite. There's a lot of stuff that I still need to do, so I need to cut the shoulder strap anchors. I need to make the handle. I need to make the shoulder strap itself. I need to add in the magnetic snap closures. I need to hammer in the rivets. I need to punch holes for all the closures in the rivets. I need to sew the body together. I need to finish the edges. I need to make my logo. I need to set that in. Yeah, there's a lot still. Yeah, so something like this can take me anywhere from about like maybe I would say like a generous maybe 30 to 70 hours, depending on how detailed everything is. Like what I'm doing too. Oh, I also need to add in the bag feet now, since we're gonna add that as a feature. Dedication. Yeah, doing this by hand is an insane amount of work, but so worth it. I mean, yeah, that's part of the hobby though. I mean, for me personally, like part of the enjoyment that I get out of it is kind of the pride of doing it by hand, you know. That being said, it costs a lot more when it's done by hand, both in monetary costs and mental sanity. Could it be me? I mean, it depends. I have a feeling like people just need to find that one passion that they can really sit and digest. Perfect. 60. So we're exactly on target. Awesome. That is good to see. Whew. Okay. Okay, so with that, I'm gonna take a quick break. I've been going for 3.5 hours now, I realize, without taking a break, so definitely gonna do that. Gonna get some water, gonna stretch, gonna maybe get a quick snack. So I'll BRB, but with that, I should leave you guys with a BRB question, so let me think of a good one. Oh wait, actually wait, I'll be right back before being right back. I gotta go check something. Okay, sorry about that. I had to go check my document. I took a page out of Antonio's book and I wrote down my question. Okay. BRB, no BRB. Okay. The question for me, or the question for the AFK today is, what is something on your bucket list? So, yeah, like it can be something that you just want to do, you know, like just because it's fun, or maybe just something like really big that you want to try and accomplish. But yeah, just something on your bucket list. So we'll do this. We'll put the question in there. We're gonna pin that. And with that, I will BRB, and I get to read your answers when I get back. Okay, take care. catch up the chat and see what you guys said. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna start at the top here. So bucket list, Cass said, oh, you wanna go to Japan? Yeah, that's a great one. Oh, I wish I could go back to Japan. The last time I went was in 2012. Oh god, that was so long ago. It was so fun though. I highly, highly recommend. That's a good option, yeah. Go to Japan, good bucket list. Rachel, you saw from the troll. I'm gonna ask it later anyway. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Antonio. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Next time I'll ask something way more obscure so that I don't overlap with your troll-related questions. I just want to travel, to be honest. Ah, that's a good option. I mean, like, yeah, just traveling, that'll be so fun. I'm too much of a homebody to, like, really have that itch for travel, despite how much I like my brand being something that's very travel-based and, like, adventuring-based. But I do like the romantic appeal of traveling a lot. Antonio said, I want to go to Japan, take me. Yeah, you guys should go together, that'd be so fun! Make comic pages, Alex, that's such a good one! Make comic pages, full comments are difficult with schedule, but I want to make comic pages, maybe one-shots. That'd be so cool! Yeah, if you do, definitely show me, I want to see. Yeah, like, there's like, oh, I mean, let me preface before I say anything stupid. I have no idea about like the process of doing comics or like manga or even like American comics. But like the whole like paneling design, I feel like is something that is subtly really important to comic pages too. Like the way things are framed, the way specific panels are drawn, the kind of borders they have, things like that. I think they're so important. I don't know how common wanting to go to Japan was, but everybody want to go? I mean, yeah. Japan is great. Yeah, because we're proud weebs. I mean, everybody wants to go to the motherland. I mean, in general. Japan with the homies would be the best, yeah. yen? Are you gonna go to Japan with 100 yen? That would be, I would say, not enough, but you know what, you do you. Ooh, I'm gonna say buy yukata and meet everybody. Oh, that'd be fun! Frost, if you want to buy yukata, if I recall correctly, the JCCH, Japanese Cultural Center of Hawaii, occasionally they have like pop-up craft fairs, and I think my friends are still doing it, but my friends actually run like a yukata stand, especially during the summers, so like around a bone season. They work with the JCCH to like run a little pop-up thing where they sell yukata. So if you're ever interested, feel free to check them out. Mine's to be a sugar baby, obviously. I mean, totally fair. I have to save my answer, let me think. You want to be a Pokemon trainer? Swimming with turtles and I hatch them and they follow me? I am your father? Ooh, that'd be kind of fun. Oh duh, my bucket list is to buy a ratio commission? A ratio original, if you will. I mean, yeah, if you want a commission, I could be convinced. It wouldn't be cheap. I'll say that up front. Pink tax plus a pink tax, I get the first pink purse. If you can find the leather for me, then maybe we can talk about it. I want to be an extra in a movie. Oh my god, that's me? Oh Honestly, Antonio, you'd be perfect. You'd be a perfect extra in a movie. You'd steal the show. A ratio com is actually a wonderful idea too. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. The back of my head for 3 seconds. Your 3 seconds of back head fame. Oh yeah, you want a keychain, Alex? Pair, of course. Yeah, I mean, if you want a keychain, that's something that's pretty simple for me to do, so I could absolutely do a keychain for you. But yeah, if you are serious about wanting a keychain, let me know like kind of what shape, what kind, if you want like something like a jet tag, or if you want something like a key case that I've done before. If you're serious about that, let me know. Keychains are pretty easy for me to do, so I can actually do that. I want to be a dead body in Stranger Things. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, like a leather keychain to go with keys. Yeah. Just roll down the hill. Antonio's gonna be one of the dead people in Stranger Things. They're just rolling around the scenes. Okay, admittedly, I've never watched Stranger Things, so I don't actually know for sure what it is. Other than it's like loosely D&D and kind of like sort of horror-y. You got keys? That'd be 100 yen. They sell yukata. What is the size range? So I don't actually know for sure. The thing with yukata though is that most of the time they're like really broad sizes. They're not going to be sized specifically for anybody in particular, but they can get pretty large. And the nice thing about yukata is that because of the way that they're printed and folded, you can actually expand them quite a bit if you need to. But I don't know for sure if they're still doing it. But I would definitely like keep an eye out on the JCCH's like page. They should have like events, and I think they're listed as a vendor. They might list the vendors there, and they might be listed up there. Matching keychains, yeah. Oh, thank you. I'll definitely reach out when I think of a design. Sure, absolutely. I can send you if you're really serious, I can send you a couple of designs that I've done before in the past. Woohoo! Whew, okay. God, I've been going for almost 4 hours now. Jeez, this is gonna be like the longest stream I've ever done. Ugh, gonna get that kink in my neck. So what we'll probably do then... Rachel sent me it, and okay, yeah, I can send you some. Send keychains, Antonio. Yeah, if you want a keychain too, Antonio, let me know, and then we can work something out maybe. So, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna mark our gusset here so that we can point to which side is which, because it's gonna be very important that we match up the sides together. Originally, this was supposed to be... Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to actually line this at all, so I didn't want to mark the interior. So I think instead what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. I'm gonna kind of mark it like that, so it's gonna be hidden by this when we do the stitch up. And we're gonna just really tiny mark F for front here. Then we're gonna do the same thing with the back. So we're just gonna do some registration lines. And then we're gonna just mark R's for rear. So this part of the gusset is gonna be facing the rear of the bag, and then this part of the gusset is gonna be facing the front. Yeah. So with that, all that is... so now that we have that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna stitch down our rear panel here. So that way we can kind of start to do some of the finishing work. So we can, once we glue this down, we're gonna mark a line here so we can stitch this down to the flap. And then we're gonna go sand and clean the edges here around the bottom, or around the sides, I mean. But just this part, because this is the only piece that's gonna be really facing the front. Actually, now that I think about this, so originally my plan was gonna be that this was gonna fold the edges inward so that the gusset kind of looked like an outer shell. So it was gonna look something kind of like this at the edge. Oh god, that's gonna be hard to see. But I wanted it to be something kind of like this. It was rolled out from the interior, and then the gusset kind of acts like a box that frames the panels. But it might be better if I do it like this. Huh. No. I'm gonna stick to my original plan. I like the idea of the interior. The only reason why I was thinking of that was because this part would have to roll inwards, which is gonna be really weird. Especially because like this edge is gonna be straight otherwise. Huh. I didn't think about that part. So now we have a little bit of a thing to kind of problem solve. So this is part of the creative process, right? You can try and plan for every eventuality, but eventually you're going to run into something you didn't think about. So now we have a couple options, and I have to figure out what to do about this. Theoretically, we could do something like that, right? Where the gusset essentially becomes captured by the front and back panels. Huh. What should I do here? Oh, this is an interesting one. I do have one more. Sorry, I was just catching up the chat here because I was busy trying to cook here. I do have one more on my list, but I think it may be a fun one. Sumo. Oh, that's an interesting one for us. That's cool. You want to try sumo? That'd be so fun. Let the craft grind, don't stop. Yeah! We're gonna keep going. Oh, that's interesting. So, for context, what I should have done was I should have made our flap here actually come in a little bit. Come in the amount that this steam allowance will be folded inwards so that it would be in line after it's been folded inwards. Because otherwise, this is going to be a really awkward turn. The other option is that I could turn this in. No, but then this would have to like fold like that. Oh, this is a... Oh, shucks. I didn't even think about this. Oh, this is actually quite the pickle. Huh. What do I do? Shucks. Yeah, because essentially we're gonna do this. I had to know, anyone play Bloons? I do not, but I know of the game because I see a lot of my Steam friends playing Bloons. But that's the tower defense game, right? Yeah. Sadly, I do not. Oh, I don't know what to do here. We could also do some really crazy stuff. So you can stitch this like normal. Oh, but then we'd have to go through this. Ugh! This is so hard! I don't know what to do! So like what I'm thinking is that maybe what I can do is I can actually cut this notch out here. So that way this will fold inwards like it's supposed to. And then the flap will be the same. The big problem is that this is gonna extend out a little bit further than I intended. That's an interesting thought. Monkey. I'd be addicted to it. I used to love playing tower defense games. They're so fun. And like they're so simple to understand too. I really like them. Oh, I'm at a crossroads and I don't know what to do. Okay, I've made up my mind. I think I'm going to cut this corner here. Yeah. I think I need to do that. Where I cut this corner here. So that way I can fold this part inwards. And then this will extend like normal. The exception being that this edge here is gonna be a little bit harsh. don't like it. Never mind. Taking that back. I think I'm gonna fold in the interior here. So instead of rolling the panels inward like that, we're gonna roll the gusset inward. Okay. Sorry, that's a whole thing. We're gonna lose some of the width of the bag, but that should be okay. Oh, and the other thing I need to do is I need to make the zipper for this. So again, we're gonna mark our stitch line. Then we're gonna mark our center stitch. Oh, I shouldn't put these away. I'm gonna use them a lot. So we'll mark our center stitch here. I'm just gonna punch this real quick. Okay. So now that we have that worked out, start counting our stitches. So since we measured it earlier, we know that from the center point there's going to be 60 additional stitches going out to the edges here. This is 60, which means that our gusset is a little bit too tall, which is okay. The reason why that's okay is because we can always trim the gusset. And it might be okay if it's just a little bit, it's poking over a little bit too. That should be fine. Should be 60. Okay. That should be 60. I'm gonna turn in early tonight. Thanks for the cozy stream, Rachel. Want to see the progress fix? Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably be wrapping it up here pretty soon. I'm probably just gonna punch this out and then probably call it for the night. Because my neck is starting to get sore from leaning down all. Boo Rano, no, don't boo him. He deserves it. He's been working so hard. You deserve it, Alex. Go and take a well-deserved rest. Sounds good. Yes, I was also not hurty with you. It's the plight of all artists, right? The camera switch? Yeah! We're moving to a different part of the desk. Good night, husband. Good night, everybody. Lurk. Oh no, sorry, I don't have a lurk. I'm so sorry, I don't have a lurk set up. Okay, tonight I'll set it up just for you, Alex. I got a special good night off to war. Oh my god. Antonio's ready. Which way? Okay. So we got most of our main panels kind of set up. So you guys want to do something really cool? I think maybe for one of the last things we'll do for this stream is that we're gonna mock it up. So I hope I have enough of these. We're going to essentially try and connect all the pieces so that we might be able to have like kind of some semblance of what it's gonna look like. I should have gotten more of these. These things are great. So this is our front panel, so we marked our stuff up. Oops. Locking in, alright, let's rock. Oh, shucks. Okay, okay. There we go, okay. Sorry, just putting back my stitching chisel before I forget. Okay. Oosh. Stitch, right? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to match up my stitch lines. Oh yeah, okay, that is the right one. Perfect. Okay. Then we can take this. Yes, it looks so pursed, right? Isn't it so cool as it comes together? Sort of stabbed myself for a second there. Wish I had 3 hands. Oops. Ah, shucks. I dropped it. This one's being super frustrated. I don't know why. Yeah, this one's not grabbing for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, that might pop out, but good enough for now. Lost the stick. Shucks. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Sorry, I had to really lock in for that. That was really hard. But yeah. So now you guys can kind of see. That's gonna be kind of the rough shape of our bay. Isn't that cool? Look at that. Isn't that awesome? I love it. It looks pretty. Thank you, Fries. Antonio, bag. Yeah, it's a bag. It's so nice. Thank you. Ah, this is... I'm so happy this is like kind of coming together. Right? It's a cute round shape. I know. So the front flap should fall around there. So this should be kind of the front. Welcome back, Cat and Taka. Perfect timing. Look, we have a mock-up. Isn't it so cute? Oh my god. Oh yeah. Ah, this is perfect. So, part of the design, just so that everybody kind of knows. So like, this part back here is supposed to look kind of like a little treasure box, right? So it's like, you know, the treasure box flap that opens up. So that's kind of loosely what the design is inspired by. You know, like a little, like, dungeon treasure box thingy. Yeah! Oh, I'm so happy! And everything kind of measured out too. So, the gusset does come up a little bit further than the actual bag itself, but I'm gonna leave that in. I'm gonna round these corners off so that this can be like a little protecting flap for when it's closed. There's a little bit more guard on this side so somebody can't like stick their hand inside. The other thing I'll be doing as well is that I'm gonna be adding a little zipper pocket in here. It's not gonna go like end to end necessarily, but it's gonna be loose so that basically somebody can't just stick their hand in like that. So I'll probably be working on that next. But yeah, it's coming together. Yeah, I could try an inner pocket. I don't think that's gonna make it to the design. So what I mean by the zipper is that essentially I want like a zipper that's just like flat like this, so that way somebody can't like stick their hand in from here, you know, to like try and reach in when I'm not looking. Oh, I'm so happy. Ah. And it has like, oh, and it has the profile that I wanted. Oh, perfect. Okay. Whew. Is anybody else gonna stream tonight? Can I raid into you? Oh my god. I want to continue working on this, but we're gonna hit the point of pure tedium because now I have to start stitching things together. Yeah, you don't want to watch me stitch for hours and hours and hours. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch me stitch? That purse looks so amazing so far. Oh, thank you, Cat. Yeah. It's coming out so well. You'd love to watch me stitch? Oh boy. Okay, well, if that's what we're gonna do next, this is gonna be a long stream. This is gonna be a really long stream. Okay, so well, maybe what we'll do is, okay, last thing we'll do tonight is we'll attach the front flap to our back panel, glue that down, and then we'll punch and stitch that. I just might KO soon because I'm still not feeling well, but I'll hang in for a little while longer. Yeah, no worries. If you're not feeling super good, Cass, feel free to hop off. Feel free to rest. That's totally okay. I've gone. How long have I gone? Oh my god, I've gone almost 5 hours, guys. How did this happen? Oh my god. It feels like 3 hours. It kind of does for me, honestly. I like when you get into like those kind of like productive crafty moods, like it really takes you over. Okay. So, to recap, what we'll do is we're gonna glue our front flap to our back panel. And then we're gonna mark a stitch line down here so we can stitch the back panel into our flap. And hopefully my glue cooperates. Because it is starting to solidify. You can see it's not supposed to look like this. It's supposed to be a little bit more liquidy, but it's very solid right now. So I think I need to replace this actually. But we'll replace it later. Ooh, goopy. Oh my god, this is awful. It's so goopy. Oh my god. That is glue, alright? Yep, it is absolutely glue. So this is actually called contact cement. I don't actually know why they call it contact cement. I think it's because it mostly adheres to itself. Because like once it kind of dries and gets tacky, it really sticks to itself. Very hard. I'm glad I have my window open so I don't breathe in all the fumes. Whew. And once we lay this down, we'll get some little dunks. Oh yeah, contact cement is stinky. It is. It smells very strong. Yeah, it stinks up the whole room. Okay, so we're gonna let this sit for a little while. Just a couple minutes to let it dry a little bit, get tacky. And then we can put it together, mark your stitch line, punch our stitch holes, and then we'll stitch. Whew. But in the meantime, how have you guys been? Did you guys do anything fun today? I spent most of my day doing chores because Taco is kind of out of it. Oh, shucks. Well, chores need to be done. Oh my god. Cat, you just did chores all day? No, you gotta have fun! Antonio, you watched the stream today? Yeah, thank you for hanging out, Antonio. I appreciate it. I'm stuck in a Bloons and Street Fighter training montage. Help? Oh no. I went over to Kat's mom's house to help with her chores. Oh boy. I also did prison work. Prison work? Oh no, that's right. Antonio's jail. Yeah, I hope that was okay. That woman had me working. Oh boy. We cleaned up a lot to prepare for moving stuff around. Very productive. My voice got a little better. Oh, that's good, Cass. Glad to hear. Okay, we're pretty tacky now. Oh boy. Okay. So we're gonna glue this down. Okay, we're just gonna take a needle to make sure that our holes are lining up. Perfect. Oof. It's getting stuck on the glue though. Okay, perfect. Yeah, defeated Manijas? Oh my god. Pin the tail on the cat? What? No thank you, yeah. Yeah, Alex laughed at me when I first talked about it. When I first talked, but I kept drinking tea and it got better. Oh, that's good. Oh, I hope my voice lasts till Monday, but we'll see. If my voice isn't feeling super great, then maybe we'll see about streaming tomorrow. Jail stuff was so funny. It was hilarious. Okay, be prepared. Sorry, there's gonna be a little bit of donks. Okay, donks done. Possible Rachel stream tomorrow? Oh, yeah, it's Monday. It's my normal stream day. can't wait. Oh, well, I sure hope my voice will hold up for that. We'll find out. So I don't want to punch right now because the glue hasn't really set yet. So I think what I'll maybe do is I'm gonna cut out our little logo thing here. Ugh. I'm gonna use this as a reference because I don't remember how big I made this. I think I made this like 1 by 2 inches. Yeah, okay, 1 by 2. I should really make like a template for that. But I realize I don't actually have one. So I'm just gonna like cut it out of an existing piece. Yeah. Have fun, y'all, and catch some seas. See you on the flip side, ciao. Oh yeah, good night, Frost. Have a good one. Thanks for coming to hang out for a little while. So we're gonna use this, which was the negative of the border that I cut out. We're just gonna use it to make the logo with. So these little divots that I'm marking on the corners, these are going to be where I do the hole punches for the rivets that'll hold it into the bag. So one of my consistent design things is that My logo is usually on like a separate tag that I rivet into place, which is really fun. I like the way it looks. A little piece. So I actually have a brass stem. So this is solid brass, and it's used to imprint my logo. And to the right of me here on the side, I have a 2-ton hand press. So basically, I just put this on top. I get a hand press that I crank down, and it puts a lot of pressure on the stem, so it makes an indentation and embosses my logo onto the piece. But first, before we do that, we're just going to clean this up a little bit. So we're just going to finish the edges before we do the stem, so that way we don't have to worry about it. So we're just edge burnishing here. This is basically to seal the edges and then just brighten them up, make them a little bit glossy, so that you don't have just raw cut edges. So this is just a piece of canvas as well. This is basically just to give friction so that it generates enough heat so that we can burnish the edges properly. Perfect. Alrighty. Okay. So now we have our piece, we have our blank. I'm gonna go roll over real quick, so we're gonna emboss this and then you can look at the flap. And so with that, there you go. Have my logo stamped out. Yeah, isn't it cool? I mean, it's a little bit off-center, but whatever. So basically, this is gonna go like right around there. It'll be on the front of the bag. Yeah, with that, let's go over to the other camera real quick, because we're gonna do one last set of stitch punches, and then we'll stitch, and then we'll be done for tonight. Oh, I'm getting tired. And so this doesn't need to be as precise, because this is purely structural, and it is outward facing, but we're just gonna go to the end here. Thank you for the long stream, Rachel. Oh, no worries, Cass. I know a lot of people were kind of in and out today, so I wanted to go long enough so that everybody who wanted to join could join. ASMR punking? Yeah, gotta have the donks. Okay, let me go. ASMR donks, yeah! Let me go grab some thread real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm gonna do this with. So I'm trying to decide what thread that I'm gonna use. I think I'm gonna go with the darker. So this is probably hard to tell because of the warmth of the cameras that I have it set at. But this is like a darker brown. 0.6 millimeter wax thread. This is a lighter brown. So I think that because this is pretty brown, I want to go with something darker for contrast. Yeah, I think that'll probably be the best. So, generally speaking, so this is what I do for leathercraft is a 2-needle stitch. It's a basic saddle stitch. If you've done sewing, then you're probably familiar with it, but it's a 2-needle stitch, and I have to pre-measure out my thread, so that way I'll have enough because I have to attach both sides to a needle. So my general rule of thumb when I do thread is, depending on the thickness of the leather, I go anywhere from about 4 to 5 times the length of the stitch that I plan. Usually I'm a little bit more generous. It's so cool that you upgraded to 2 cam POEs. Yeah! That was one of the things that I really, really wanted to do. Putting it back and forth is so smart. Yeah. Trial and error, believe me. That was something that was discovered actually just by watching people on YouTube Academy, basically. I just saw that was how they did it, and I was like, oh, that's a smart way to measure out your length. Okay, so we have our thread, we have our stitch line, we have our holes punched out. So now I can get this set up. So this is a stitching pony. I don't know if people are familiar. But basically it's just a third hand to hold the piece while I stitch because I have to use both hands. What's your favorite process of leathercraft, by the way? Well, that's a good question. I'd have to say probably... Oh, it also depends on like how you want to break it up. I love the creative process, so like the design and the iteration is something that I really enjoy. But that being said, I think of like the actual like construction. My favorite part has probably gotta be burnishing, like edge burnishing. It's what I do to like seal the edges of the leather. But it is such a transformative thing. Like it really takes a piece from, you can tell it was done by an amateur, to, oh, this looks pretty legit now. Part of the reason why I kind of harped on my first thing, one of my first creations not having very finished edges, is particularly because of that. It's like one of those things where just that simple step really levels up what a piece looks like. Hopefully this isn't too jarring of a view. Yeah. So this is a saddle stitch. So it's a 2-needle stitch, like I said. Sorry, it might be kind of hard to see at the where the cam is positioned. But using 2 needles, you go through one side, get that taut, and essentially what you're doing is you're stitching over all of your previous stitches. So what that does is it creates this pattern where every single hole is connected, no matter which side you're on. And that's good because the nice thing about a saddle stitch, and the reason why it's called a saddle stitch, is because it's the type of stitch they used to use on saddles. Saddles used to be things that were ridden really hard. They were on the elements. There's like constant, like things rubbing up against them, so they were constantly chafing and then getting broken. And it's a very simple stitch, so it's easy for people to do with minimal materials. And it's very durable. So if like one of these stitches ever broke, basically only that section would have to be replaced. The beauty of it is that because it goes back over itself, basically like this, at any given point, if one piece breaks, there's another stitch that's still taut and held in with tension around the whole piece that is holding that piece together. So very durable, a very redundant stitch. So it's a great stitch. But now it's the very boring, I'm just gonna stitch. You just go back and forth. One of the other things too with the stitch is that it there's like a specific way that you get like the kind of angled stitches that you see in a lot of things. You can absolutely tell when something is stitched by a machine versus by hand, because if you look at like purses or things like that, purse stitches are very straight, so they'll have like a consistent line, but people who do hand stitching generally tend to have an angle on their stitch. That's because of the way that they tension the stitches. So I take my left hand and I'm pulling it up, while I take my right hand and I'm pulling it down, and that's to create that kind of angled look for the stitches. Oh, I realized that I don't know if I set this computer up. Just seeing this Shamilan's message, I don't know if I set this computer up to have like all the follower events and everything. Not that it matters, but I should probably fix that for the future. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure it out later. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hit the mic. I attacked you guys. Very tame. Okay, good, good. Do you guys know of any unique, like, foods from a different culture's cuisine that's, like, kind of obscure? I'm kind of curious because the night market that I went to last night has this thing called pelmeszki, which is like a Polish dumpling, which I've never heard of before that. But it was, like, so unique, so I was like, wow, somebody actually is, like, selling these things? That's kind of interesting. I don't know, I thought it was just kind of cool. Something kind of niche. Yeah, Polish dumpling? Yeah. Like, another thing that I know not a lot of people I think of is for Mexican food. One of my favorite Mexican foods is called flautas. I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce it. I don't know. If somebody's listening in, they can tell me the proper way. But it's basically like kind of like a fried burrito, essentially. But it's not a chimichanga. I don't know. What makes it different. Look it up and it looks nice, right? Don't tell Meshki sounds so good. But yeah, like the interior is basically just like onions and potatoes and cheese. It's so good. right? It sounds so yummy. Yeah, but you guys know of any like interesting cuisines that might be kind of not heard of? You don't know any niche or unusual foods, to be honest? I think I would be scared to try, but it depends. Yeah, right, like, sometimes you never know, but other times, like, I know parents always tell you the, you won't know until you try it, right? That rhetoric. But if you know what it's made out of, you can kind of infer what it's gonna taste like. And you know, and there's like things that you probably won't like. That could just be the picky eater in me. Yeah, that is true. Kind of like context clues. If you know what's in it, you can kind of get an idea that you'll probably like it. Right, exactly. Because I don't really care for vinegar, so things like a vinaigrette or things that are like with vinegar-based dressings or sauces or things like that, usually I'll know if I like or not. That being said, like I've had things with vinegar that I really like. So, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you won't know until you try it, but at the same time, like, that doesn't stop me from making it maybe an uneducated opinion. Oh yeah, too much vinegar can be too much. Sometimes they drown it. Right, exactly. Ugh. Sometimes vinegar can be too much. Alright, I have a food hot take for only those who have stuck with me to the very end. I think cheese is mid. I do not understand the infatuation that people have with cheese. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a good cheese. Like, it's not like I think cheese is bad or anything. But like this obsession with cheese, like people are like, oh my god, it has so much cheese on it, that looks so good. Like, I think That is so weird. Yeah, a lot of cheese. Yeah, cheese. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater. Just be over here sipping my haterade. Okay, wait, you're so real. People who put extra cheese on things are wild, right? Like one of those things that a lot of like kind of sort of bougie like burger joints do is like those burgers that are just covered in melted cheese. That looks so disgusting. It doesn't have like a very flavorful taste and it's just a mess, right? Like, I think cheese can be flavorful, but usually to make cheese flavorful, it has to be like a really strong flavor. So usually when it's mixed with other things, it just becomes like too much. I don't know. How am I gonna grab this gooey mess of a burger? Right, exactly. Like, you don't eat that with your hands anymore. And if you're eating a burger with a fork and a knife, why are you getting a burger? I will die on this hill. Oh, actually, yeah, so you've done our stitch here. What I've done is also I've basically done a back stitch, so I've gone back a couple stitches, redoing or going and stitching them over again, just so that I can seal off our stitches. I cut the ends of the threads so you have these little itty bitty like antennas sticking out. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a lighter and I'm gonna burn them shut. So because it's wax thread, it melts rather than like burns and disintegrates. So what we can do is we can make it so that when we light it and it catches fire, it's gonna melt and we can basically press it into like a disc that holds it in place. So it might be kind of hard to see here, but you can kind of see that it's gone a little bit flat, right? Isn't it cool? Also, this is a very expensive lighter. It's a cigar lighter that was like $100 that somebody bought for me in Vegas, but I love this thing. It's so cool. Yeah, your aesthetic lighter, worth it? Exactly. Look, half of life is fashion and style. You gotta make sure that you look good while living. So the last thing we're gonna do is now that we've stitched the line across, we're gonna hit it with a mallet, a little hammer. And what that's gonna do is it's actually gonna close the stitch holes. So it's gonna be, it's just gonna look a lot cleaner. So it's hard to tell now, but you can kind of see there's a little bit of texture to it. There's some like pull around the stitches, and there's still some like negative space of where the holes are open. So we're just gonna hit it with a mallet. And there. see the stitch there? Oops, this way. Ah, yeah, there we go. Right? And you can kind of see that since we hand stitched it, all the stitches are going in a specific direction. Yeah. But that's hand stitching. This is our back panel. Yeah. That's so cool, right? Alright, well, with that though, I am hungry. I want to go eat dinner. So I'm gonna probably wrap it up here. Yeah. Coming along very nicely. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that's leathercraft. That's what I do. Yeah, but that being said, thank you so much, Cass, for hanging out. Anybody else who still might be here lurking, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I am exhausted. I'm tired. What am I gonna eat? I don't know. I have to go and forage in the fridge. Actually, I think we have some Chinese food for Chinese New Year, so I might go and eat that. You did great. 5.5 hours. I know. I did not expect to go this long. I was thinking like, oh, maybe I'll go until like 8 o'clock. Somebody else is gonna stream and I can read into them. Nope. Here I am. Oh, it's after 10 o'clock. Oh my god, guys. Oh, jeez. No, you guys are fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not trying to force you guys to stream or anything like that. I was thinking like, oh yeah, somebody is, then yeah, I could use that as an excuse to kind of stop for now. But that being said, I might do some of this stitching off stream, because it's tedious work. Usually I do it while watching like a movie or something like that. Yeah, Taco is feeling better. We would have, yeah, no worries, cat, no worries. But this was a really, really productive day. And in particular, I'm really, really happy that we got our stitching for the gusset and the panels down. This was like one of the biggest challenges for this project. Making sure that this was measured out properly, making sure that the stitch line or the stitch holes from our body pieces match our gusset. So that was like one of the biggest, most important things, and it looks like we're good. So, yay! Man down, yeah. Poor Taka. Oof. Okay, just gonna breathe for a sec. With that though, thank you all so much. I love you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'll see you guys next time. Bye!